Hey guys, welcome to another voiceover tutorial, except this time it's going to be more of a walkthrough and also talk through of how I usually do my pieces. So, as actually you guys probably don't know this, but this term I was working on two Palutena pieces. Actually, this was the first piece that I did, but then I wasn't really happy with it, so I did another piece, which is the piece that you guys see on my Patreon and on the social media for now. So I will show you guys actually the journey of how I arrived to that one. So actually, it first started out with a sketch. So this was the sketch that I did, and I put in the background and everything. And then I started blocking in the basic colors and stuff. So I like to layer on stuff. So I work on some of the clothing and then I add accessory, etc. And so this is the next step, a bit more detailed, and then this is what I have after. Actually, this is what I had initially, but I wasn't really sure about the pose. I also have another file for this. But yeah, this is another variation, and then after it just became like this. So as you can see, I did quite a bit of changes. I guess at the time I felt like the first variation wasn't really what I was looking for, and so I was just kind of playing around with the composition until I kind of felt like it was in a good spot. But still, you know, like any one of them could have worked, but I chose this one, and I will show you guys. I'll show you guys the craziness of my layers. So I have quite a bit of layer. This is actually my edit layer, and I have like all of these separate layers. I had that. I had like another arm, which I'll probably delete, the face, the torso. So I end up separating a lot of these elements. The reason being because I end up changing it so much, so it's more efficient to have these on separate layers to play around with. And that is the reason for this mess. As you can see, I tried to name a bit of it, but a lot of it I did not name. And of course I have the background. I will show you guys my background now. So I do say a lot of the times I do use photos for backgrounds just because it saves on time and it does give more of a realistic aspect to it. So these are like different elements that I posted together. So I have a sky and then a bit of that Super Smash Pro background that I'm probably gonna cover up later, and then I have some atmosphere adjustments, the wings, which is another photo. As you can see, it's another photo that I found on Adobe Stock, and of course it's on a separate filter. And yeah, just all of these are just add-on effects. Actually, let me see. Yes, this is what I have, and yeah, as you can see, look how this craziness, it's quite intense. But anyways, we will go ahead and try to sort of refine this as much as we can. So I will be doing walkthrough of all of this with you guys as I go along, of course. So yeah, let's get started. Okay guys, this will probably be more of a advanced voiceover. I won't be explaining as much, but I will show you guys a lot of my kind of my process while I finalize these. Also, as you can see, I had like another drape version. I wanted to drape downwards, but then I was like, I kind of like the energy of how she's grabbing the drape and pulling it over to the side and exposing her voluptuous figure, which I really wanted to emphasize. I'm super into like good thighs. I think it's fun. Anyways, so everything is on one layer, which makes it very easy to kind of fix stuff as you go along. So I would just have it there and I start cleaning stuff up. So I'm gonna delete this. Okay, so this is our drape. So let's start by kind of refining the drape. I'm just gonna go back in, as always, using a solid round brush and kind of try to stick to the side like this, and kind of just go with the flow. So I'm pretty much picking up the same colors surrounding the drape, and of course we have the hand, so I'm going to use my lasso tool to delete the section so it appears that it's underneath the hand. Actually, let me just bring this a little bit. Actually, let me select this. So this is free transformation, Control T, and then click on your little pen button and then select warp. So it can kind of warp this like that. So this is what we have, and as you can see, I kind of intended for this to be a bit translucent, so I'm kind of erasing bits of it and then going into smudge to blur it, blend it, and then I'm going to reintroduce detail as I go along. So kind of like this, and putting some shadow in between these highlighted stripes, which gives the impression of folds. So that's what I am trying to do. Okay, feels like it could use a bit of work. I wonder how it would look if I remove the top portion and I just include a bit more detail over here. So a bit of drapage coming on from this side and then that side. So I'm adding a bit more detail on the other side, and then of course we have the pinch here, which contains most of the shading and where all the highlighted lines / folds converge. And I like this. So I would pretty much go back and forth rendering pieces like this or elements like this on a character until it looks good, pretty much. Oftentimes, you know, I go by guts. That's just based on because I do it so often, and a big part of how I learn is just by experimenting, so that's what I'm used to. However, a friend of mine has enlightened me on that. Actually, I haven't thought of it that way, but they told me that other artists learn through more of a text style, like by how do you say, description and a reason why the fold looked this way. For those that are less visual and more they need a book to learn that. I'm not sure what term to use, but yeah, less visual but more of a words type learning style. But yeah, how I learn is more of a visual thing, so when I explain certain things it might not make sense to some people, but basically I always explain visually. So how I explain painting fold is just kind of you squeeze highlighting between two shadow, and oftentimes it's like a line, so kind of like this. Do a line and then you squeeze two shadow side by side of the highlight to create that fold dimension. And then I would go into kind of blur that or blend that in as I do. And I'm gonna go back here and kind of just emphasize a bit of that. So as you can see, I'm honestly not super happy with how this is turning out, but you know, there's always ways to kind of fix that. So again, I'm gonna go in to kind of modify this like so. I do this as much time as it needs to be done until I am happy with the result. But be careful, because sometimes you can also overdo it, as I've done so in the past. So when that happens, always make sure that you have that element that you're trying to render out on a separate layer, in case you don't like how it turns out, or to make sure you have a lot of undos. Like I think I have around 600 steps undo, so I can undo quite a bit in case I'm not happy with it. So yep, just trying to render this out. Okay, let's see if it looks okay. I kind of feel like this might be better, so I turned down the opacity. I'm going to drag it up here a bit more, and I'm gonna create another layer so that I can add a bit more detail. So I'm gonna go ahead and add a little small, actually it doesn't look like it's working too well, but I wanted to add like some sort of smallish detail on the side, just to create a bit more like texture for the draping. And I'm gonna merge that down, so this is what we have. Now I'm gonna go on the torso. I should probably name it that. Torso. I feel like this part needs a bit more light, so I'm gonna copy, paste, adjustment brightness, and I'm going to make sure this is super bright, because I do want this side to catch the lighting. So the lighting's coming from here, so if you imagine it, this drape right here that's kind of popping out, I imagine this part will be catching the light. Maybe a bit of shadow in here, but this part is pretty much highlighted. And zooming in, let me zoom in 100%, so this is 100%. I usually, when I'm not refining, I'm usually painting at 60% full size to 50 to 60. And when I refine stuff, that's when I zoom in to really kind of refine the elements, but otherwise I would not, just to be able to kind of save on time. So I'm creating a bit of that fabric texture, so you can see just a little bit, not too much, because I'm not feeling too confident about it, so I'm just going to be quite subtle with the texture. As you can see, I'm erasing and putting in detail and erasing that detail, because sometimes it could be a bit too much. So for that, because I want to be careful, I usually erase parts of what I paint down, or I will blur it out, so just like this. And then probably work on the cleavage a little, because it is a little rough. So I'm gonna use airbrush for this, just because skin, usually airbrush is a lot better. So I'm going to take this out so I can really refine it without being obstructed by anything. I'm using the lasso tool to help me secure the area so I don't paint over it. And then I'm just going to blur that down like this. Same thing on top, just gonna select it. Going to try to kind of blur everything, blend everything. As you can see a bit of accessory on the layer. That's because previously I had merged a bit of the accessory layer into the torso layer, so now I have to kind of paint over it, and that actually happens quite a bit, that I merge down stuff from other areas of the character and then I would end up having to paint over it as a result, but it's alright. I'm kind of used to that, and also I think it's pretty good practice. So now I'm going to enhance the fold here by using a much darker color, and also I will be selecting the arm here, and I'm going to continue off this side of the arm like that, and I'm going to highlight the side here just to create a nice soft transition like that. And now probably for the neck part, I'm going to go ahead, because it is a little jumbled here. What I usually like to do if it's a little bit jumbled, I go in with a darker color and I pretty much do pretty much a line art guide, and then I would paint using that guide. Now I'm painting basically already knowing sort of how the clavicle sort of works and where basic lighting should be, so, and also at the same time going to render out this neck brace. Of course this could be a bit challenging for those of you that are not really used to this view, and don't worry, you can learn quite easily by using a reference, which is what I usually do nowadays, just because I really want to improve. So I mean, probably not more so the anatomy, but more so the lighting and how light reflects off of the skin, etc. I use a bit more photo reference for that. Oh yeah, just trying to refine. So this is before. Here, let's have a look. It's before, after. So after, I'm making stuff a bit softer, blending stuff in. Of course, sometimes, you know, you kind of lose a bit of that contrast. So when that happens, I just erase what I've done and redo it. Because sometimes as you refine, you'll notice that you lose some of that detail that you liked about your work in progress. But don't worry, as long as you have it on a separate layer, you can always go back. Anyways, working on the neck brace, and going to have it in shadow first, and here too. Probably gonna make this darker. Okay, it's looking a little weird. Let me add a bit of gray over here, just to kind of lessen the weirdness. And I'm going to, let's see how it looks. Okay, I mean, if you put the accessories on, it doesn't look as weird. It looks a bit weird without it, but yes, we have to refine everything first, and then we will be putting the accessories back. So I'm gonna go up here and I'm just going to put it in shadow for now. So this is what we have, and I am a-okay with it. I'm gonna merge that down. So now I'm going to go here, copy paste, and I'm going to make it a little bit bigger, and I'm going to also make the head a little bigger as well. I'm going to erase bits of this so that I can, this is before, after. I'm toggling see and unsee to see how that looks. Actually, maybe keep it a bit smaller like this. After that, I'm gonna go in real fast to put a bit of that metallic look real fast. So I go in with a harsh shadow, and then I'm going in with a very bright highlight. Like this. And then highlight on the side. Like that. So if you zoom out, you can get the impression, but obviously you could kind of refine this a bit more to get it more detailed, of course. I'm gonna go with the head layer, and I'm going to clean that area up. Just gonna clean some of this up. So this is the refining phase after I kind of like painted a more so of an idea of how it's gonna look. I'm going to refine. Now this phase is probably what takes the most time in my opinion, because you have to really go in there and kind of clean things up and add, remove detail as needed. As you can see, I'm going in to this side and just kind of cleaning it up. Going to kind of use my, right now my setting is that, so it's a mix between hard round brush and airbrush, and just kind of blending it in. Gonna go in here and really emphasize that darkness. And of course I'm gonna blend that out using the airbrush. Kinda trying to figure out a good point to where to bring the shadow and highlight, and then maybe gonna add a little bit of shadow right here on top of the cloth. Deselect and add a bit of dimension to the fabric like that. So if you zoom out, it's a lot cleaner, and then this is a little messy. We can clean that up. Delete that area. So this is what we have, and of course you can actually, since it's on a separate layer, we can go ahead and kind of like play around with the contrast maybe to make it a bit more intense if you want. Okay, this part I'm just gonna copy, paste, and then bring this over a little bit more. And at the same time, I'm gonna put a bit of shadow there. And bring in the cleavage a bit on this side. And actually maybe extend the highlight over here a bit, and I'm going to try to bring in a bit of that highlight on this side too, just for consistency's sake. And then I'm gonna go in here, gonna clean up this side like that. I don't know if this will work, but we'll see. Put a bit of shadow on here, a bit more. Okay, let's zoom out, have a look. So I'm having a bit of trouble with the cleavage over here. I think that was one of the reasons why I wanted to just restart, because I want to go for like a tight look. So this is before, after, and how it looks on with the accessory on top. I'll show you guys the accessory layer. Okay. So when I'm confused, I'm just gonna rotate this image and see how that looks. Okay, actually that looks alright. This is before, after. So I think we need to soften this area up. So I'm going to blend the harsh line in here. And then of course fix the clothing. So this is what we have now. This part might be a bit harsh. I'm gonna go back and copy this and paste it on top. I'm going to reduce opacity and I'm going to adjust that and then erase, kind of blend that back in. So this is before, after. Actually, to be honest, not much has changed. I feel like I'm gonna go into liquify. I'm just gonna select the whole torso, liquify. I'm going to bring this over. Actually, now this part needs just a little bit more space. Okay, I think that's looking a lot better. And I'm going to cut the torso, put it on a separate layer. The reason being that there had like some extra bits of pixel here that when I did Control T, that it did the whole window around all the pixel of this layer. So if you just select the only the torso area and paste it, then that area gets isolated. So yeah, this is what we have. And now if we plop this down, it's looking a lot cleaner. Okay, I'll show you guys. So this is before, after. Before, after. I still kind of dig the before, but make it slightly bigger to fit back into what we had before. And now I'm going to clean this up a little, and then I will be doing a bit more shadow of variance. So I'm just gonna select bits of the torso that I feel like could use a bit more shadow. So I'm just gonna make it slightly darker, kind of erase bits of the area to make it not super dark, and kind of just trying to blend the shadow in with the existing layer. And after I go in with the smudge tool and I blend the shadow in to what I have underneath. So this is before, after. Let's see. And then with the accessory, it's alright. I'm going to remove this bit. I'm going to merge that down so that is done. And we have the drape that goes to the side. And what I'm gonna do is kind of select the outer rim of where the silhouette is outside of that, and then I'm going to lighten that up so that it feels more translucent. And then probably gonna move on to the thighs, which I was working quite a bit on. Going to, okay, actually no. So basically I'm gonna try to just kind of blend this in. I think I have a bit of hair overlaid on top. Yeah, there we go. Okay, let's go back here. Oh, before we do that, I would like to sort of bring up the cloth a bit, just so it feels a bit more pulled by the hand, just like that. Okay, I'm good now. Should probably fix the torso. I'm actually not super happy with it. I'm just gonna go ahead and kind of select the under area and kind of add a little highlight here just to create the shape of the cleavage. But as you can see, it's a bit too crazy, so I'm just going to kind of gradually blend this out, or as much as I can. Like this. Going to just kind of give it more of a softer transition compared to this. Is a bit more harsh, and perhaps we can do a little in between. Sometimes that also helps if you're undecided. Okay, going to lock that down, and actually I'm wondering, okay, I'm gonna add more highlight down here near the bottom like this. The reason why I'm doing that is I feel like this might be visually making more sense, and also it will go with the fact that there's highlight over here, which in turn casts a highlight down here. So that's what I'm thinking would work, but we'll have to see. On top of that, I'm gonna create another layer, and I'm gonna try to go for more of a transparent look here. So right here, I'm going to contour the shape right here and make this a bit darker, and then add that fabric fold line in here. So just creating fold texture, cloth texture with this. And then do the same up here. Perhaps I can do a little line the same way, and kind of emphasize a little bit of it being transparent, but then paint over it with some fold lines from the fabric. And continue to create a bit of that texture, the shadow texture. I'm going to zoom out real fast, so I like to toggle on and off on the preview spectrum to kind of see how that looks. maybe could add a little bit more shadow here just to really bring home the idea of translucency. And then I'm gonna maybe put a bit of that skin tone in there. Probably not gonna be too much because, you know, then it would be almost nude. But then again, probably not gonna paint in the not safe for work stuff, so it's fine. I'm just gonna ignore that part. Focus on the texture and the idea of it. So let's go for a more transparent look. So I painted a bit of that skin tone in there, which kind of gives the impression of translucency, and going back into kind of fill back the ribbon. So this is what we have. Okay, now that that's done, I was kind of staring at that part for a bit. Okay, this is our little drape. I'm gonna go adjust. Gonna make it a little brighter just to match the top up here. And I'm wondering, actually, I'm gonna select this bit right here and this part. Copy, paste, and then I'm gonna go into adjustment, brightness. I'm gonna turn that down. So to create that shadow, and then of course gradually kind of erasing bits of it. Let's kind of zoom out here for a bit. So this is with a bit of shadow, I think, which does make a bit of sense. I should be okay for now. So finally onward towards the legs. So I had originally painted quite thick because I did want that voluptuous figure for her. So now I have to go back to kind of refine bits of it, because parts of it is a little bit bumpy and could use a bit more refining. So this is, I was working on the knees over here, and I was going for more of like receding into the clouds type deal. Like the clouds is water and the legs is receding into the clouds. Oh god, sorry, I repeated myself, but yeah, that's what I was kind of going for, as you can see. And probably add a bit more dimension over here. Let me there we go, and then clean up the shape of the leg. Like that. And kind of blend the leg shadow together. So I'm going to add a more highlight on this side because the drape behind it is quite bright, and I had this idea of the drape like just glowing, and that will help me emphasize like the curvature of her thick legs. Okay, now onto this side, gonna continue adding just a bit more shadow there. I'm going to select this bit right here so I can focus on adding a bit of shadow here. And then I'm gonna select just this bit to add a bit of shadow. So this shadow I'm thinking is coming from this hand right here that's blocking a bit of the light from the side. And then kind of gradually blending the leg in towards the the cloud. And maybe actually let me try to maybe can make it a little thicker. So now I'm just kind of seeing what different shape, what effect it would give pretty much. But first I'm going to go ahead and just kind of lighten this bit a bit, this part of the leg a bit, because she's wearing some form of stocking, at least that's what I think. And I'm gonna add a little bit of highlight here, and then looking for like a shadow shade, and I'm going to kind of do a little knee here. Like that. And then down here a bit of highlight. And just pretty much blending the rest of the leg as well. So let me zoom out, have a look, see. So this is what we have. Now notice that this leg is a bit thicker than this leg. I had wanted to convey that this leg was like in front and that leg was a bit back, but I feel like we might need to adjust that just a little bit to make it make more sense. But before we do that, I do want to go back to the torso and add a bit more of a warmer tone. The reason being the under, like this area is pretty warm, but up here in her torso is a little bit cool on this side. So I wanted to kind of bring some of that warmness up here as well. So going in with pretty much an airbrush, I'm just going to very, very, very softly add a bit of that warm tone to kind of make it look more like part of the same image, pretty much. Just trying to go as soft as I can nowadays with my female pinups. I want them to be nice and cuddly looking. Okay, maybe this might be a bit too washed out. I'm going to remove bits of the highlight from here. So kind of like that. Okay. And it's auto contrast. That's what. Okay. What about here if I auto contrast? That is very contrast. Too much if I have to say so myself. Okay. Go back at the accessory. Maybe that'll look slightly better. Okay. So now I'm gonna go back, make a separate layer, constrain it to this layer, and I'm thinking I'm gonna first select this leg right here, and I'm gonna start by sort of putting a bit more of a bluish tint to this leg to make him look like it's receding into the distance, so that this leg could be made to look a bit more forward. That way my idea of convey this leg is receding is more prominent, I feel. So if we zoom out, let's have a look. I think, yeah, this definitely feels a bit more receded, while this one looks a bit more prominent. Okay, let me merge that in, and then I'm going to select this leg right here. Gonna copy, Control Shift V, paste, and then going to go into adjustment brightness, and I'm going to adjust the contrast of this leg to make sure that this leg has a bit more contrast to it. sorry, contrast to it so it looks more like it's forward. Merge that down, lock down that layer. I'm going to also darken, actually should probably, not sure, I'm darkening that side, and also kind of adding a bit more should I? Nah. Let's undo that. I was gonna add a bit more shadow, but I was like, nah, let's undo that. Okay. So this is what we have. Now I'm gonna go, especially on this side, and I'm gonna see, this one is gonna blend too much into the background. So I'm gonna go back here and add a bit more shadow so it doesn't look like it's fading to the background. We still need the leg to kind of pop out from the background. This one we can kind of make it more receded into the background, but this one needs to really stand out. That way my idea of conveying distance will be more apparent. So just kind of bringing the silhouette down more, and I'm going to clean up around it as well. So that's what we have. Zoom out, so this is what that looks like. Okay, so now for the arm here, I'm going to move this over a little, make it just a little bit longer, and now I'm going to go ahead and go in to kind of fill in the rest of the arm, if you will. Lock that down, and let's just blend this out. So this part probably won't be too detailed because this arm for me is not gonna be super focused on. In focus, it's not the most important thing of the piece. So, but at the same time, I'm gonna try to adapt it to the environment. So we have a super bright object underneath the arm. I'm thinking we need a super light color underneath, especially underneath the finger, pretty much towards that glowy object. We need to have highlight there. So that's what we're gonna have, like that. Maybe even just a little bit brighter, like that. And same thing for the brace. I'm gonna have a very, very bright light underneath to really show the reflectiveness of the metallic object. So just kind of do one line, isolate that line with some shadow color, and then kind of just maybe have a bit more, just be like one here, and then can try to smudge a bit of that, and then go into color dodge to add some more highlights underneath that arm brace. Sorry, I repeated that twice. And add a little bit of highlight to the side, even just add a little bit, going to normal, and blend that out a bit more. So kind of like this, and maybe some shadow because of that brace right there. And now we are gonna go. Okay, so this is the drape. So believe it or not, actually you guys probably see it, but this is actually a photo texture that is super low res that I stretch to be this. So photo oftentimes helps me just kind of put my point across, and then I end up going back in and painting over it, but usually photo is quite good for just helping me with just picking the right color or just having the right kind of mood really fast. And the rest you have to go back into kind of blend that in so it's not super rough or patchy. I'm going to copy bits of this, bring it over here. And I'm going to use the erase tool and just kind of erase bits of it like that. So this is my drape. I'm gonna go right in here and add that shadow. There we go. And just kind of just blend that in. But basically it does already help us convey the idea of like glowiness in the back, which looks quite nice. This was also one of the ideas I had for my other Palutena piece. I wanted to have some sort of glowy element in the back, so that's what I had done. But yeah, I thought it added to the atmosphere. Anyways, we'll go here now, since we already have the photo for somewhat of a guide. I'm just going to kind of try to add a bit of detail. Like that. Actually, let me see. Gonna try to see if I can add a bit of shadow that area. I'm using a light blue for the shadow, not too dark, so it doesn't lose like the ethereal feel of the background lit drape. Let me add another fold right here by using color white, and then I'm gonna put a bit of shadow in between that too, and then can also extend this down a bit, add another bit of fold here and here, and then softly blend this in like that. And there we go. And then just going down. This. There we go. Kind of just bringing a bit of that texture down. Let's zoom out and have a look. And also, what I like to do is toggle between before and after to just see how different it is. Sometimes it looks better, sometimes it doesn't. So you have to, make the choice yourself. To me, it's okay. I feel like the brighter version might be just a little bit better. So I can just go back, undo a couple times to before. Let me see. I think this is okay. Yeah, let's just leave it at that. Bring this in a bit more. Extend this up. There we go. Okay, now let me think what I should do. I'm going to try to blur this area. Like that. Oops. Blur this area a bit. So I'm trying to find an angle to bring this to like this the direction. So I'm gonna go ahead and use the solid round brush and start to do a little cloud texture. Doing this type very short round strokes to do that fluffy cloud texture. I'm gonna use a smaller brush and just add a bit of that cloudy texture a bit more, just with a smaller detail brush. And I'm going to start adding in a circular motion, little short circular strokes, bit of that cloudy texture. And then I'll do so the same down here, but with a darker color to add shadow and dimension. Same for here, short round strokes, a light hand, and trying to emulate that fluffy cloud look. Okay. And okay. So I'm going to bring this down here, and I feel like I'm gonna end up kind of painting over the little leg. So I'm just trying to kind of blend this whole thing together in a circular way. Probably not that circular, maybe like this, a circular. So I'm going to bring a bit of shadow over here, just to kind of actually I'm not okay. So this cloud is on this layer, so I'm removing it so I can do it a bit cleaner on the drape layer, so everything is in one layer. So let's go again, trying to paint in a way to make it feel like, you know, like it's stepping on a cloud, but that cloud is water. That's the idea I'm going with. So I'm just going to try to convey that. Like this. And okay. Now if you zoom out, you can kind of see the twirl of the clouds. Let me just rotate this back. Okay, now that we've flipped this, I'm gonna go back in here, zoom in, and try to kind of refine whatever I've done so far. So just kind of switching between solid round brush and airbrush to help me create this soft fluffy texture, and also by doing very short and round brush strokes very softly to create that fluffy texture as well. So just kind of continue to do that. Okay, now move on to this side and kind of do that as well. And on top of that, what you can do is kind of zoom out every now and then to just make sure it's looking like the texture that you want. Sometimes I have an idea of how to achieve a certain texture, but you won't really know until you kind of zoom out, because as I do this at 100% zoomed in, I'm only able to see part of the image, so that's actually not that good if because you want to make sure that everything works together as a whole. So always make sure to zoom out if you're painting at 100% zoomed in. That way you can make sure that your piece is going the right direction as a whole. And on top of that, it helps if you have a secondary monitor. I always say this, but yeah, have a second monitor is quite helpful, because then you can put up a little preview of a smaller version of your work on the side, so that you can kind of glance back and forth to make sure that your piece is going in the right direction. So yeah, just gonna keep at this for a bit longer, and this is pretty much what I do. I would say 70% of the times I don't end up recording those, because I just feel so like I'm so focused and so frustrated. I just don't feel like recording it, because it's just gonna be too much. It's gonna take too much time. And oftentimes I have this recording anxiety. It's sort of like you know how as an artist I used to feel this way, but I don't really anymore. But I used to feel very uncomfortable having someone watch me draw. But that was when I first started. So it's sort of like the same feeling. I want you guys to see like how like it does get quite like ugly, I would say, or non-appealing or non-interesting, because I will just be fussing over one thing for a long period of time. So yeah, I don't end up recording that, because it's just not, it ain't okay. And even when I edit, sometimes I don't record that, because, well, I will be showing you guys, I will be explaining how I edit. I think I've done a few tutorials about how I edit, but basically I just do a bunch of that, and it takes so long because I have so many layers that I don't end up recording it. It's more like it end up looking like spreadsheets in like, so anyways, it's just I don't want to record that. Gives me stress, and my computer don't have enough space. But yeah. Okay, so this is what I have so far. It's it does sort of convey the idea. I'm just going to bring this down a bit more, and also I'm gonna go up here and sort of, in a way, I'm gonna try to blend this in. Actually, this doesn't look too good. I'm trying to make it so it's not super obvious, but at the same time, it blends into the background. So I feel like I'm gonna end up perhaps bringing up the clouds a bit. So I'm gonna just kind of zoom in and zoom in a bit more actually, and kind of like add some small little detail on the clouds, and slowly kind of blending the skin tone into the cloud. Well, I'm trying to do that, but I'm just looking back at my monitor as I do this, kind of blending the two colors, well, the two elements together with my skin tone and the cloud color. Just kind of bring up the clouds a bit more. And just kind of keep blending these two together. I'm gonna go into the smudge tool and just use the smudge tool for this to blend a bit more faster, but you know, sometimes manually painting to blend together gives a certain effect that it looks a bit more textured, but it might also look more better because it is texture. So it really depends on what you're looking for. Anyways, just trying my best to blend that together, and perhaps I should be trying to blend a bit of this as well into the background, so it's not just that leg, this leg right here that's kind of being blended into the background. So I'm gonna add a bit of that bluish tint at the very bottom of the knee, and then I'm gonna gradually kind of in a circular way, I'm just gonna blend that in with a very light hand, of course, and yeah, kind of like this. Just gonna add a bit more blue, and then after I'm kind of happy with it, I'm just gonna use the smudge tool to completely blend that in, and maybe even here. I'm gonna go down. Okay, let me just blend this a bit more. Okay, now going back here, remove bits of that, and going to zoom in here so that I can go in and do the appropriate detail for this design of hers, the little lace design. Going in with a lighter and more gray tone, which I think makes it stand out a bit more. And at the same time, I'm gonna go in with a shadow color. Shadow color. And just kind of, in a way, add a bit of deformation to the skin to react to this lace detail of her leg stocking. Trying to find the word here. And going for a lighter color down this way. Like that. Actually, we do like this. Okay, now zoom out, have a look, see? See, now it's a bit more prominent. Now that we have that, gonna go in here and just kind of do a bit of scribbling. So this will add just a little bit more detail to the lace part of her stocking. I'm just gonna go down here and just scribble a little bit, round scribbling, of course. This was, of course, a photo stock photo texture actually that I found of a lace, then I just plopped it down. Sometimes I would go back into the photo texture and paint over it for the sake of adding some additional details, also putting backing details, because sometimes the photo texture does it's so small that you need to go in or it's gonna look super pixelated. So I'm just gonna go back in, add some random / planned scribbles just to kind of make up for it, like that. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and select this whole part. I'm gonna copy, Shift V, paste, Control T, transform, warp. I'm gonna bring this up a little so it's even. So that's what we have. We have the arm here. Just gonna bring that down a bit more. And staff right here. Place that bit properly. Let's work on the hand. Find that layer. Okay, it's that layer. Just going to unlock this and going to just remove a bit of that, and I'm going to kind of more or less do a rough sketch of where the finger should be. It's quite rough. I'm going to lock down the layer and add a bit of a warm tone to it, just to kind of go with the general vibe of the overall piece. Alright guys, kind of want to be lazy with the hand, but okay, let me just zoom in here for a sec. And just go. And I'm going to highlight the tip of the hand. Like that, so I think that looks slightly better. Okay, and the staff itself, I'm gonna kind of blend that a bit more into the background so we don't have to focus too much on that. Oh my god, the hand just like a blob. Okay, now I'm gonna go... Actually, over here needs a bit refining, so I'm gonna refine this area. So again, gonna continue off of the highlight, and for the tip of the staff now, so I'm gonna use a smaller brush especially and just focus on putting in a bit more details in terms of lines of highlight and shadow. Putting a bit of shadow now, I mean highlight, sorry. Just extending that like that. And just blend it out. Blending out usually does a pretty good job. It's not the best because it takes away some of the detail. However, if you're painting on a pretty big canvas, right now I'm just cleaning up. If you paint on a pretty big canvas, it shouldn't matter too much. And the tip, I'm gonna lock that down. I'm gonna go in with a airbrush and just kind of lighten the edge of this because of how bright the wings are behind. just actually take away this highlight and take away this. Okay, I'm adding a shadow there to emphasize the highlight that's coming down from below, so thus this would be highlighted and this area will be highlighted, and on top would be in sort of darker color shadow. And I'm gonna just very subtly imply a bit of that and just have a little bit here too. Okay, I think this should be okay. I'm going to also remove the highlight on this end for now. Okay, now I'm gonna go back to the arm and I'm going to sketch out some fingers here. There we go. Okay. And I'm gonna put a bit of skin tone out, extending a bit of that highlight at the same time, and then I'm gonna blur this using the smudge tool. Okay, now onto the bottom area bit. I want to just kind of refine it a bit. I'm gonna make a new layer, constraint it down. And then just kind of make the shadow. That looks. So I pretty much just made the highlight a little bit more intense on the side here. And I'm going to highlight this part a bit more. And here I'm gonna use a darker color to paint the little fold here. And down here too, just going to add shadow. I might actually have to extend that part a bit more. I wonder how it would look if I like brought the highlight up here too, to kind of emphasize the stomach, the abs. If it was shaded like that, I'm not sure. If that's the case, then I'm going to remove the highlight down here. And I'm going to include a bit more shadow, a bit more highlight up here. And that's too much, so I'm gonna remove it. There we go. And then the hip bone. zoom out. So this is before, after. I kind of like this actually. It does add a bit more contrast to the piece, so I think that looks better. And I'm going to just make sure this area is a lot brighter. Like that, so that it's more visible. Let's zoom out real fast. I want to see how that looks. So this is okay, that's not too bad. On top of that, I'm gonna select this whole area of this leg. I'm just gonna copy, Control C, Control Shift V, paste, and then I'm gonna go to Adjustment, Color Balance. I'm going to kind of color this a little bit differently, like a blue tint color. The reason why is because I want that to be a little bit, I want it to be easily differentiated from the skin tone. It was a little bit too much like the skin tone, so just kind of making it the tone a little different. Actually, let me remove this, but keep that. So somewhat like this. Okay, and let me see if we can increase the brightness for this and still make it work. So zoom out, have a look. So I just increased the brightness for that, and this is how it's looking right now. Okay, that's not too bad. Okay, now I'm going to blur this in a bit. And on top of that, I'm going to select this part of the leg. I kind of want to make it transitional, this highlight, and bring it all the way to the stocking as well. So I'm gonna copy, merge, Control Shift V, and Alt click to constrain it down, and adjustment brightness. Gonna bring up the brightness like this, and I'm going to make sure that it's more of a blue tint. So yeah, like that. And if it's too bright, I can turn that down. Now I'm going to kind of kind of blend this down a bit to where the sort of kneecaps are, and paint that in. So right now we have the highlight that's kind of here and then here. I kind of want to make it look like it's kind of like this leg definitely has more a light source. So the light goes from here to here. I would like to make that a bit more apparent, so I'm gonna go ahead and actually increase the opacity of this a bit more like that. And now if I zoom out, you can kind of feel it a little better. So this is how I would switch lighting around. I just kind of like, I imagine it and try to put it in practice, and sometimes it would end up looking uh, exactly like what I had imagined, and sometimes it wouldn't, so I would just restart and try a lot of things. So yeah. So yeah, a lot of experimenting. I think I'm going to kind of put this part, or kind of add shadow to that side. Like, kind of like this. That, that way it might seem, the composition might look a little bit more interesting, but we'll see. Maybe it's better if I just keep this in shadow, I'm not sure. So I'm gonna try that out. It doesn't look super good, so I'm going to remove that. I'm just gonna keep it to the bottom area, so I'm gonna try this time to keep the highlight towards the bottom area of the stomach. And shadow on the top. But at the same time, over here, I would like to add a little bit of highlight here. Okay. I don't think that's conveying what I wanted to portray. I'm gonna add a little bit of highlight up top here, on top of the belly button. And a bit of highlight on the top here. And then bring the shadow up here where the arm is. So I'm trying to convey that the arm has a bit of, just a little bit of influence on the hips, just a little bit. This also helps me kind of carve out the silhouette of the hips and legs just a little bit to make it a bit smaller without actually making the legs smaller. Something like that. Okay, actually let me bring back the shadow on the side. I'm going to zoom in and emphasize on the stomach there. Originally I had wanted to make her a little fluffy over here, just kind of like make her stomach softer looking. But I just want to make it work, so whatever ends up happening, yeah, ends up happening. But I do like the lighting for this. Let me see if it looks even better if I just kind of like intensify it. And let me just rotate this. Okay, so this is before, after. It definitely looks, I definitely like how it looks. It's very, it has a lot of contrast, contrast, which I like. Let me see if I can indicate just the little hip over here, just a bit. Okay, it's before, after. So essentially I didn't really come up with the color. I just pretty much use existing colors, but then by adjusting the color it gives me this really nice intense looking saturated color that I really like. And this is also one thing as well. Sometimes if you do these things, you'll automatically find ways to obtain certain results, and this is one of them. Okay, and I'm just going to blend in the highlight because I'm not really sure if this is looking good or not. Not really sure. Now that I have this done, let me also kind of bring a little bit of that environmental blue on the side of this leg so that it feels a bit more kind of more like it's really just merging into the background as the leg goes downward towards the sky clouds. That's what I want to convey. Let me just remove a bit of the shading because it might look a little too much. Maybe something like that. Okay, so this is what we have. I'm pretty happy with this actually. I like the lighting. Maybe I can kind of make it a little sharper. And maybe even put a little bit here. I'm just trying stuff. Sometimes it doesn't work out. So if it doesn't work out, it's fine. Maybe just a little bit here. Okay, so this is what I have. Now that I've done that, I have to kind of work on the torso a bit more, just because now I'm going to try to duplicate the same intensity in the torso as well. So let's see if I can try to give her a bit more intensity over here. Okay, this might be a bit too much. Oof, okay, this might be a little too crazy. I'm just trying to see if I can like make the shadow a bit more intense on the torso as well to match what's going on underneath. Let me take out the accessory so I can have a better look. Okay, now that I've done that, I'm going to select part of the clothing, paste, and I'm going to lighten it a lot. So this is what we have. I'm just going to very subtly blend this in, especially for the skin on the chest. It's have to be pretty careful. You don't want to be super rough or it's gonna look like really it's not gonna look nice and smooth. Let's see what kind of highlight can go with here. I'm gonna try to kind of sculpt out some sort of hair shadow on the torso with the skin tone right here, the highlighted skin tone, and at the same time putting back the shadow with the same shadow color. And maybe a bit more highlight here. Maybe like that. So right now I'm just trying different highlight, different light source, and what I think will look a little better. So a lot of times when I do this type of things, it's all kind of just by instinct or by if this looks good for me, of course. I'm just trying to, because I depend on my taste a lot. Like sometimes my taste betrays me because because it won't turn out too good, but sometimes it does. So usually I trust my instinct, but you know, you can't really depend on it. Well, I don't trust it 100%, but sometimes I have to. So just continue to sculpt out that shadow from the hair, and maybe even have a couple of little light source show through here. Maybe a little bit on the shoulder too, I'm not sure. A little bit on that side, then on the shoulder. Trying to create some sort of, let me just erase this, trying to create a fairly intense looking highlight and shadow. So I'm gonna put a bit more on the side because of the hair there, and then down it goes. So just trying to kind of put in that hair shadow by making these strands on top of the clothing with the shadow color of the clothing. You know, just to kind of try to add a bit more detail, a bit more realism and contrast, of course. Gonna go in here with a dark color and line the cleavage and kind of try to add a bit of highlight as well. So this is what we have. It's definitely a bit more intense, but I'm not sure if it will, if I will accept it. I'm just going to finish it. Finish blurring it, and then once we have that done, I'm going to, oh, okay, that might be a bit too much highlight, I'm not sure. Okay, let me maybe add shadow all the way down. So if that's the case, I have to cover this up too. So when I think about changing shadow, I have to think about pretty much changing shadow for everything around that area. Okay, let me just put a bit of drop down shadow from the cloth and then on top of the skin. So I'm putting a bit of shadow underneath this area particular. And I like to switch between the round brush and the the solid round brush and the airbrush. Okay, so we can, I wonder if I can do like another, line or something to make it look like it's like shadow from hair or something, because sometimes shadow for things can go longer than they're actually physically. So let's just say that hair is like super short, but it casts a long shadow. Okay, so this is what we have. Let me zoom out real fast. Put in the accessory and the belt, which needs to be adjusted. I will adjust the belt. This was actually taken for, I pretty much recycled this belt for the other Palutena as well, just to save on time, because this was the first version that I did, but then I didn't like it, so I did another version. But yeah, actually I feel like it looks good without the belt. because I just don't want to hide that thickness. Maybe I can kind of make the belt a little smaller, like a more like a waist belt. Also don't want to hide the belly button, but okay. Let's put it here. Let's make it like a, or maybe we can make it literally on the side. I'm not sure. We'll see. Okay, for now we'll put it there. I'm not gonna show it. Another thing I noticed that, oops, what happened? Okay, there we go. Another thing I noticed, it's not exactly warm, so actually, what if I did this? So I'm gonna go ahead and increase the contrast, which in turn gives this overall warm tone, which matches whatever I have on the legs. So that's good. So this is what we have. I'm gonna go ahead and go with it for now. At the same time, I will be going in here and kind of blending this out. There we go. And just kind of blend that in. I'm also going to kind of blur a bit of this and blur a bit of that, and also I'm gonna have to kind of refine this area a bit. I'm gonna put a bit of that hair strand shadow, just kind of lines on the shoulder, just for just to give the feeling of hair strand shadow, and then on the side just going to smooth that out like that. Okay. And then that on the side here with the hair, just making those hair strand looking shadow, which I hope it will be like an interesting detail actually. Gosh. But then I'm gonna actually have to paint this many hair on top of her shoulder just because of these shadow. There we go. Oh god, that's a lot of shadow. I don't know if it'll work, but okay, I'm just gonna keep this layer as it is. I'm not gonna merge it down in case I'm gonna change it later. And I'm going to add a little bit of highlight underneath her neck, like this. And then add a bit more shadow on this side I'm gonna use a shadow here, a pretty dark color for shadow, and I'm going to contour the side of the neck, and then also put the okay, actually just going to I wanted to just put a little bit of shadow, so let me redo that. Okay, let's just go with this. It's really messy though. I'm gonna try to clean this up. Okay, I think we'll go with this for now. I'm going to plop up the accessory, so this is my accessory layer. I'm gonna bring this in just a bit. This is the shadow layer. And wait, okay, that's why it's looking weird. Let me remove a bit of that shadow and also readjust this. There we go. And remove the pixels that are not needed, like that. Bring the shadow down. There we go. So now my accessory is adjusted. Actually, this one needs, oops, put that back. Just going to make it a little bigger because I want her crown thingy to be very, her lace to be very majestic. So with her head ornament, it actually makes her head look a little bigger. So it balances out a bit more, I find. Okay, so let me zoom out here real fast. Okay, so this is before, after, before, after. As you can see, we did some work and just kind of, it's not necessarily following the path of what I had. I adjusted a few things as you guys seen. But yeah, this is what we have now after around like an hour and a half or 2 hours of actually I haven't counted, but it should be like an hour at least of adjustments or refining. Refining takes a long time. Okay, let me go down to the legs real fast. I kind of want to, you see this right here, I feel like I should add some shadow here. And then make it so it's as if this is like casting a shadow on the leg. So that's what I wanted to do, like that. And I'm going to keep this layer there just in case I don't like it afterwards. For the cloth, let's make it a bit brighter. Actually, no. Should I make it brighter? Let's make it brighter. And then just add shadow to it. I'm gonna add this shadow. No, it doesn't look good. Okay, how about this shadow? Actually, I kind of like that. It gives a bit more emphasis on the hip, which I like. Let's make this a little bit more brighter. And then we'll add a little bit of highlight. Like this. There we go. And going to just kind of blur this area. Okay, and I feel like there should be something here, so I'm gonna take from what I had in my other Palutena pinup. I'm gonna do some sort of little chain here as like a little separator. And after I do that, I go in with a slightly lighter color and I do like little scribbly dots. So it's all about texture at this point, and you're creating it by using very, very small strokes. So now I'm going in with a very bright color and dot it just a little bit on each of the little loop impressions, and that will give the effect of like little details, even though it's, if you zoom in, it's like, what is this? It's so messy. That is the beauty of painting on a big canvas. And after I do this, I now have the excuse to do some more little ripples, because the little chain probably caused some little folding of the fabric. So after I do that, I'm gonna go ahead and see if I can do a little bit of a chain. A little bit of a fold. And again, with the fold, I go in with a lighter color. Usually I go for like a stripe, like a line kind of thing, and I go ahead and make sure there's shadow between the lines, which naturally, if you have a darker base color and you have a lighter color to do the lines, you wouldn't need that. And yeah, just kind of go with that. This is how I will be creating the cloth texture, the Greek inspired cloth texture, like a goddess. So yeah, this is what we have. Can also kind of erase parts of it. I kind of want to remove this bit here. Let's replace it with a bit more highlights. So I think that's looking a little bit more Romanesque, maybe? And I'm going to also, because I want to make the shadow quite interesting, I'm gonna go ahead and sort of do a little bit of a design for the hem of the cloth. Gonna do some little lace design. First, I'm going to be erasing bits of it. I'm going to be doing this first, just to create some sort of detail. And then I'm gonna go back in here and do another layer, which creates like this weird lace detail, but it's like you put extra detail on the hem, which creates an interesting look. There we go. Okay, it's super busy now, but let me see if it will be good once I put in some interesting shadow detail. So right now I'm adding some kind of like lighting created by the drape. Because the drape has got somewhat of a little pattern or detail to it, so it would make sense that it would also kind of create some intricate little lighting on the character. But hey, I'm kind of going crazy over here, so of course it's not gonna be like this for sure, but I'm gonna overdo it and then remove bits of it. Gonna go in here and start blurring down some of it. And sorry, not blurring, smudging. So this is what I would consider blur, but it's the smudge tool. I forgot to mention that. Okay, so that's what we have. Let me bring this up a little. Okay, so we'll go with this for now. And as for that, let me see, maybe... Okay, I think I need to create another layer and then make this a lot darker to act as the shadow. So this layer is the shadow layer. But of course, gonna make sure the silhouette is visible. So we have that layer we have the shadow. I'm going to make this area just a little bit darker. And I'm gonna erase it because it's too much. Okay. And I'm gonna merge that down. So this is what I'm getting. Let me remove this a bit. And let me rotate this now. Okay, that's not bad. Let me see if I remove that bit. Let me see how it would look if I copy merge. And brought this down a bit more. I think that works a little better. And have to repaint the flap on the side. So zoom out real fast. Okay, that's what it looks like. I think it looks a little better. Now I'm going to focus on the face, the head a bit more. I'm just gonna wait, hold on. Okay, bring this up. And I'm going to also bring up the crown. So I'm going to make sure that the head is in good position, and this is the other part of the hair. I'm gonna move this down here. So this is the hair part. Just going to start by... Okay, there's a lot going on here. I'm gonna start by kind of going in with the same color, hair color, and kind of start doing the hair on top of the shoulder, so it would make sense to have the shadow underneath it. So that's what we will be doing. And okay, alright, let's put a few more strands over here. I'm trying to also making sure that it's somewhat matching the type of shadow that I have already painted on top. Actually, probably not there. Yeah. And then I'm gonna go in and actually let me zoom in 100% first, and then zoom in to do the highlight. So I'm going to actually, I'm not even sure if that would work out. Let me zoom out real fast and kind of see how it would look if I just painted them one color. Maybe if I had a few more kind of like just on the side, like this maybe. And going to try to kind of bring it. Okay, I think this might be a little too bulky, so I'm going to kind of make sure these are a bit more closer, sticking to the arm, sticking close to the arm. And then I'm going to kind of, actually probably shouldn't bring any of the hair over. Just make sure it's in the back here. And I'm gonna switch between smaller brush to kind of paint in more of the detail strands, and then just switch between light and dark to kind of give the hair a little bit of that shine. It's a little challenging doing it this way. Just keep going. Actually no. Let me extend this down here. Zoom out a little, and I'm going to I'm trying to see what color looks better. If maybe a lighter color will look better. This might be a bit too much, to be honest. Let me remove a bit of that, and now that I've removed it, let me darken this so that I feel like if the hair is darker visually, the skin underneath will be able to stand out a bit more, so that's why. Okay, let me zoom out real fast, have a look. It's alright. I'm going to kind of rework the shadow a bit, so painting back in a bit of that highlight. Okay, I'm going to specifically focus on the shadow of the hair over here, so kind of imagining it kind of just sorry, I kind of stopped talking there. I'm visualizing how these hair would be sort of casting a shadow on the arm. Let's remove this part actually. So let's put a bit more hair shadow over here. Going back to the hair layer to put, it's kind of messy, to be honest. And also going back in here, I'm going to paint a few more hair strokes, just wandering around here. Of course, trying to kind of go with the flow of the whole hair situation. But yeah, just kind of going with a darker color and then a lighter color for highlight. Then going back here to kind of sculpt back the shadow, some of that shadow, and gonna lock that down. Gonna see if now I'm just going to see if having these hair strands kind of lighter will look better or if darker will look better. I think in this case I think in this case maybe a bit of both, but mostly lighter. And maybe what about here? Let me try. Put a bit more shadow. Yes, a shadow here. I'm going to add that. Like that. Let me zoom out real fast. This is okay, it's not the best. Visually, it's not the best. I'm just trying to see if it will look better darker or lighter. Actually, I kind of like the lighter color. I'm not sure what. Let me just keep that for now. And gonna go in here to the hair on this side. What the? Oh shoot. Okay. I see I have accidentally... Actually, I'll just leave it there. Okay, I'm gonna select the part of the hair where I think will be a lot lighter. So let's just make that happen. So now it's a lot lighter. And of course with that, the face is also slightly highlighted. Let me go here and see how that will look if we... Let me rotate this because I'm a little lost. Usually when I'm a little lost I would rotate, and that could help me see a bit clearer. I'm gonna try to make this a little darker and then lock this and go in here with a very, very bright color. And then make some of these hair strands like super bright. And then others not super bright. Okay, I feel like this might... that's not too bad. Let me lower though. Let me remove a bit of this intense color. Here. And going back to the torso, I'm going to remove this and this, and maybe a little bit of this too. I'm going to go back to the hair, and I will be including a little bit of hair just kind of on top of the shoulder here. Just to go with the general flowiness of the whole piece. Like that. And maybe a little here too. And we'll make this a little lighter so that it feels like it's so that it feels like it's popping out. so the idea of the hair flowing is more visible, pretty much. Okay, now zooming in here, I'm gonna go ahead and refine the face a little. I already have pretty much the shadow and highlight in there, just gotta change it up a bit. Going into the hair and refining it. There we go. Not too harsh, not too complicated, just pretty basically trying to clean up whatever I had. And since her hairstyle is quite iconic, I have to make sure that her shape is maintained so that I don't stray away from her hair shape. And going to blend the top in. It's going to go down a bit. Kind of just trying to blend or refine her hairstyle, which is a little challenging front view. Let me just refine the side. Trying to kind of just make sure everything is blended out, but of course you can see that definitely needs a bit more refining. Also trying to see if it would look better if change the head tilt. Let's go with this. I'm going to flip it horizontally again and have a look. Going to bring in, actually no I won't. I'm going to remove a bit of the hair on that side. Okay, and remove bit of the hair on this side. Okay, so now we can have a look, see, this is before, after, before, after. So after it's a little bit more colorful, and this is the layer where I have like the special effects, but I probably need to redo it. Yeah, I'll probably redo this later. So yeah, this is what we have so far. Okay. This face has been giving me a problem ever since I first started. I'm not really liking it too much. Okay, I'm gonna try to make it work. Let me first, I'm gonna select that area, darken. I'm going to fill this back into a fairly dark color. Actually this too, the nose too. And I'm gonna blur this out so the face is of that, and then I'm gonna, let me think, what can I do? Okay, I'm going to try to make the highlight be right here and then a bit here. So I'm gonna copy, paste, adjust bright contrast, and then I'm going to up that just like that. So this one, I'm assuming the hair is casting shadow right here, and if that's the case, I'm gonna select contouring the hairline. I'm going to then kind of darken that side, and then very subtly I'm going to erase bits of it because it is kind of a bit too much, and then I'm going to paint a little nostril here, and do the little chin, and then next I'm going to kind of include the shadow. Include the shadow that is from the hair on top of the face, like so. That, maybe another little hair strand like this, and so we can add another little shadow like here, maybe. And I'm gonna add a little bit of highlight on this side, on this nostril right here, because it's gonna catch a bit of that lighting coming from below, just as over here is catching lighting from below. And actually I feel like this is going somewhere, but at the same time it's not making too much sense in the thumbnail. Maybe I can like add a bit more. Actually no, that's not good. That does not look okay. Maybe I can add like another hair strand down here maybe, and maybe kind of paint in a bit of nose shadow, but very subtle. Maybe I can include a little bit of a blush here. And then a bit more blush this side, and then more highlight on this side. Have to make sure the shadow is still readable, so I'll put that there. Sorry if I'm a little quiet, I'm just trying to make sure that it makes sense. Okay, now onto this hair right here. Needs to have a bit of shadow from this hair clump right here, and I'm going to just kind of looking back and forth. So this is what we have right now. I'm going to emphasize the highlight on this side a bit more. And we have a bit more have a bit more highlight on this side. And have more shadow on the side. Cast it from the hair accessory on top of the hair. Same for this. Go in a bit closer. Going to drag the liner down. Gonna go for more of a, I don't know if I can actually pull this off, but we'll try. Go for more of a droopy look. And then going to select a bit of that warm tone and put this underneath the eye. And paint in the line. And then start by putting in the bottom lashes. Like that. And the top eyelid. And then the eyebrows. And then a bit of upper eyelash, last but not least. And maybe a little bit of a stylized look here. And maybe some highlight inside the whites of the eyes. I mean, inside the black iris. And then maybe going in with a green color. Gonna go on the side. Add a little bit of a blue highlight as well. And then going in with a slightly lighter color. Gonna go and give her a little smile on the inner by blocking out the teeth, and just subtly do like a little smile. Hopefully that works, I'm not sure. Okay, so this is what we have. It's definitely different from what I had originally pictured, but let's see if we can actually make that work. What if I brought up the shadow a little? If I extended... nah, it's not. What if I extended this part here? And still have the shadow kind of going downward. Still the shadow down. Like that. And then blur that. I'm going to also kind of blur out a bit of that, the eyes as well, because it is a little too sharp for my liking. And afterwards, I'm gonna go back in with a lighter color, whites of the for the whites of the eyes. So let's put it on this side. Let me lighten the shadow. Maybe we could have another one actually. This might, if I do something like this, which might actually make the point across. Let me add a little highlight right here. And then I'm gonna go in here with a super warm color and put it on this side, which gives a very kind of makes it look like the lighting is coming from here, cast it over here on the eye, and the eyelid is catching a bit of the light. Pretty much, yeah. Probably need to put this eye up a bit, and also I'm going to blur the eyebrows up here too. Let me zoom out so you guys can kind of see what I'm referring to. I think I need to sure this is the whites of the eyes there. And the same for the other eye. I'm gonna have it also in fairly warm shadow. Okay, now it's kind of, the eye is kind of uneven now. Okay, let me see. I'm gonna copy merge, a free transformation warp. I'm gonna bring this. Actually, I'm not. Let me just rotate this so I can check. Usually if I rotate it, I might be able to check a bit better. Okay. Okie dokie, back to the face. As you can see, we can clearly see that there is a little bit of a offness. I'm gonna copy this eye and then warp this eyes to match the other eye. Since the other eyes is a little bit smaller, that means it's easier to work with the bigger eye and resize it to a smaller size than the smaller eye to a bigger size. Anyways, so let's continue to kind of try to make this a little bit more interesting with the highlight and shadow. Okay. Just no, this might be a bit too. Okay, I think I'm gonna keep it like that, and maybe actually even still keep a bit of the old feeling in this. So I'm gonna just copy part of the old face onto the new face, and then I'm going to lower the opacity, and that's usually how I get a nice blend. And on top of that, I'm going to copy that side and brighten it to match, and then just kind of erase as I go. Kind of like this. So yeah, so this is a little bit of a combination of the old face and the new face. As you can see, it makes it look just a little bit softer, which is what I prefer. And even you can even go a little bit older, maybe to this face even. I can just copy the whole face here. And then onto the new face. There we go. Lower the opacity, and then going to kind of work in a way to match the new face. And of course, just kind of lower the opacity. Okay, hold up. I'm gonna put this eye a little bit over here. And then highlight this side and smudge. See how that looks. Or erase, smudge and erase to show what's underneath. So this is another, it's an even older face on top. You can sort of see a bit of that still peeping through. So yeah, this is, I think I'm a lot more happier with this face than the other face, but still needs work. Let's continue. Let's go down here. Add some more detail to the hair. Let me make this a bit longer, this little hair strand. Like that. And also I would like to make the face a little darker around the cheek, especially this area. After I do so, I'm going to smudge it to blend. Actually, never mind. I prefer it with a bit of that highlight underneath, catching the light. Okay, so we'll go with this. This before. This is after. Before, after. Okay. So that's what we have. I'm gonna maybe go in here and add a little highlight. And extending that, I'm just zooming out to see how that looks. Kind of zooming in and out to make sure that it's not looking too weird. Okay, I think we'll go with that, and maybe still need to be a little smaller and up here. Okay, now I'm gonna go down to this hair layer. This is the other side of the hair, and I'm gonna see if it looks better. Actually, I feel like it's better if it's this, at least the back hair. This is if it's lighter, this is if it's darker. I think this looks better when it's darker, so I will be sticking to that and even darkening up that side as well. So if that is the case, then I think there's a lot of room to kind of play around with the shadow. So I'm gonna start by doing a bit of bit more shadow. And okay, there's obviously a lot of hair going on, especially on the torso. Let me see if it would make sense if I started adding a bit more scatter light, especially. Oh boy, that is a lot of thing going on. But does it work though? Let me rotate this real fast. Okay, that is a lot of hair flowing. Let's kind of work on this hair on the back first. There we go. Because I have a lot of hair on the back that's just flowing. Also, I feel like if I just added a bit of fog on the back here, just to kind of take away, remove some of the detail in the background, that the hair might stand out a bit better. So that's what I will be doing. Let's see if we can still keep the wings. It might be a bit too bright, so maybe we'll go back to the original color. And of course this is a bit too intense, so I'm going to kind of bring down the color a bit. And let's go back to dodge and bring back some of that intensity. Especially around the inner area. Maybe a little on that side. But definitely not on this side. Actually, let me make this a bit brighter. And also removing this. And also including, maybe actually, should I include her halo? I am not sure. And see, before, actually this is before, after. Oh, that's before, after, before, after. Okay, maybe not the halo. Maybe we'll just keep it simple like this. Before, after. Real fast, I went and created a adjustment layer in the background. I just wanted to kind of darken the background a bit, just to play up the fact that her drape is really glowy, so I want that to be more of the focus. And yeah, that's pretty much it. And then I'm gonna subtly kind of, in the layer mask, I'm going to erase bits of that dark adjustment layer, just to bring back some of that glowiness. I'm going to also bring up this layer, which I put to kind of just soften everything up in the background. Just kind of remove some of that roughness and also remove some of the background details as well. So this is what I have for that. Okay. Let's see. Okay. As for here, I'm trying to see what I could do to kind of actually I kind of went and picked a blue color and just kind of coloring that down on the character, and maybe even here a little, and maybe here and here. Okay. Now for the arm, this arm right here, I want to see if I can just kind of blend this arm a bit more into the background just a bit, and maybe even add a bit of highlight to it just to create that whole atmosphere. And then going back to the hair layer, going to normal, using the standard round brush, the hard brush, I'm going to go ahead and just kind of shade this and maybe have a little bit of highlight coming through on this end right here. Actually, let me see if this makes sense. So I'm zooming out just to have a look. I don't know if this makes too much sense, so I'm going to remove it and I'm just going to leave it at that. Okay, zooming in again, going back to the hair layer. So it is quite messy. I'm going to attempt to kind of refine it a little, just extending some of that detail to a more sharper look. That. And so in here as well. And also I'm going to use a smaller brush, and I'm just going to paint the smaller details. So just kind of painting patches of hair, hair strands now. There we go. And here too. There we go. That is looking a bit more better. After I do this, I'm gonna go back in with a highlight color, a brighter color, so that I can add just a bit of dimension to the hair strands so they don't look too flat. Don't need to be super detailed. I'm gonna zoom in now to get more of a look at what I have. And I am using a darker color just to separate hair patches, and then going in with a much lighter color to define that hair patch, and going back in with a lighter color to smooth out the hair strands, lighter color to smooth that out, going back in with a darker color now going to go ahead and define a patch of hair with darker color. And then moving down to this bluish tone that I had previously, I'm just going to smooth that out, blend that in. And just kind of continue to do this. Going down to this area, so I'm just kind of going everywhere more or less around the hair and just placing shadow and highlights where it needs to be, at the same time kind of switching between smaller brush and a bigger brush to put in whether that's additional detail or that's just kind of like if I go in for I'm trying to kind of blending a bigger portion of the hair, I would go in with a bigger brush, and then afterwards I will use a smaller brush to add some small little details to give more realism to the hair or just create that hair-like texture. And also at the same time I am looking back and forth at my smaller preview of this piece while I'm painting it, just to make sure that I am not it's not looking weird pretty much, because sometimes when you're painting 100% zoomed in like this, you don't see it that often. I'm gonna just keep repeating this because it's super super important. Okay, so using a bigger brush to kind of spread the color, blending in what I have pretty much, and just gonna keep going. Let's go with a smaller brush now for a little hair strand. It's a little bit of hair strands going this way. And I guess I'll just kind of continue this strand down here as well, so that we can get consistency. Going back to just kind of refining, and over here. And on this side. And just kind of keep continuing blending down these highlights pretty much. Okay, now if you zoom out, it's starting to look a lot cleaner. Of course, we can keep going and keep refining. The more you spend on this, the more detail you'll get, but also keep in mind too, there's a thing as over detailing it, and that you can notice a lot easier if you just like look at a smaller version. So if you zoom out, you can kind of get an idea of what's going on. So right now I feel like I took away a bit too much of the highlight, but at the same time I want to keep adding these little hair strands, so I'm gonna add a few more. And I'm gonna make a separate layer, and I'm gonna dedicate it to making little hair strands. So I'm gonna start by using a medium color that isn't the darkest and that isn't the lightest, to make these little hair strands. So these ones I want these to kind of overlay on top of what I have going on already, which I think could create a nice layered look. So, and also gives more of an impression of like flowy hair. So that's what I'm doing right now. I'm gonna go for a much lighter color now and kind of painting that on here. There we go. I'm gonna paint some more little overlay strands. Another one here, a bit more highlight, and especially on the arch part of these little strands. I'm gonna place them there. Maybe some I can kind of connect, and some could be more like subtle. Like this one, essentially going over and extending existing strands and highlighting it. Okay, and I'm gonna do a few down here too. Bring a bit of shadow over here and over here, and also I'm going to start painting in some more smaller strands over on this side, but with a darker color, and then going to highlight it afterwards with a lighter color like this. Okay, so now if we zoom out, so if I take this away, you can kind of see that this does add a little bit more of that flowy hair vibe. Let's go back to the original hair layer. I'm gonna lock it down using an airbrush, a fairly big airbrush. I'm gonna go into lighten and then gonna start sort of lightening some of these areas up, especially towards the edges of the silhouette of the hair strand, so around the edge. Like that, so that it feels a little bit more airy and soft. Airy and soft. Going to dodge and I'm going to add some really intense highlight to some of these hair strands, especially around the edge once again. Some of it I'm gonna leave it quite bright. The reason being I'm gonna go back in to add the shadow once again after I'm done. But it's a lot easier to add a shadow onto highlight than it is the other way around. For me at least. So after I add the highlight, I'm going back in with a darker color and pretty much just popping that down. Like that. And I'm just gonna continue to do so. Continuing to blend. Go. Now I'm going to zoom out real fast, have a look. That's not too bad, okay. What if I made some of the hair strands a lot lighter, like if I go in here and use this color, but only for a certain part of the hair. Okay. Actually, now I changed my mind. Okay, I'm going to make another layer, and for that layer I'm going to test out to put a bit more of a brighter color, just to get more of that hair texture and make it pop really 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 good. Okay, so on some of the tips, some of the curves of these individual hair strands, I'm just going to place a bit of that really bright highlight. I'm even going to go and create some additional hair strands just flowing. What this does is create that hair like texture even more, so I'm just kind of layering that on and just going with the flow to add more and more detail to it. Can add some here, and especially where these darker strands are, you can add quite a bit of it. So if you zoom out, you can see that, okay, this is before, after it has a bit more. So I think that's what we're gonna go for. And okay, I've neglected the side for a while, so I'm going to add a little bit more detail. I'm gonna just use the same color that I had on this side, that layer, and I'm gonna bring it down on the back hair layer as well. So that's what we have. Okay, now I'm going to actually, on the drape layer, I'm going to kind of have maybe just a little, actually no, hold on, this is a little too messy. I'm going to clean this up. I just saw that, I was like, that needs to be cleaned up a little. Go back here and clean up the hair strands there, and then I'm going to zoom in here, and I want to start adding a bit of hair strands, just kind of more so falling down, sort of. So I'm using a fairly small brush to achieve this look. Just kind of individually paint these hair strands and kind of paint them in a way that sort of falls in a way to match how the drape is falling, like having the curve here as the drape curves onto the cloud, etc. So I'm just gonna have a little bit of hair just sticking out on this side, just for the sake of detail, maybe like a hair or two that gets caught on the little fabric here. And maybe some that gets, actually no, maybe one that's like going like that, I'm not sure. Anyways, her hair is going everywhere, which is what I want to convey, and in the most natural way possible. Actually, it's not natural, but in the most realistic, semi-realistic way possible. And kind of want to curve it in a way to make it feel like it's sort of like on the cloud or something like that. Actually, you know what, because it is cloud, I need to make sure the cloud somewhat engulfs part of the hair, like that. so that it feels like the hair is kind of seeping. Actually, we don't have to worry about the fabric, but the cloud, we need to kind of erase parts of the hair just to make it look like it's being swallowed up by the cloud. And after that, I'm gonna go back in with a highlight color, a brighter green, and then use it on these hair strands like this. And then gonna go with a even brighter color. And just kind of going in to add more highlight. Like that. And then another one up here. So just kind of, actually for these areas I'm just going to color it manually like that. Ooh, it makes it look like it's made out of green gold. That looks pretty nice. I like that. Okay, and going back to the hair layer. Sorry. I hope you guys heard all that. My mic was slightly lower that time. For the hair over here, I'm gonna go in and start adding just some highlight. And also here is a little bit rough, so I'm gonna shade this a bit more, add a bit more detail, and maybe one there, just actually no, it didn't look too good, but I could probably add a bit more over here, like this side, like that. And if I do that, I can have an excuse to bring some of that shadow down and even bring a bit of the highlight up here so to emphasize the shadow of the hair strand on the cloth. Something like that. Okay, so that's what we have. Okay, now I'm going to try to merge the belt in somehow. Gotta make it a little bigger. So we can probably try to put it here. Let me see how that looks. Before, after. Before, after. Maybe I will keep a bit of that, a bit of this right here. And make it a little brighter in the center. Like that. And okay, now for the belt. Still not really sure where I should be putting it. I'll put it there for now. I have to go back in to kind of edit this in a way that it fits. Okay, so let's put that there. That means I have to remove this part and then this part, and then gonna go create a shadow layer. Alright guys, time to add the shadow. I'm gonna go and make this, multiply it. One sec. Okay. And just going to roughly go down and sort of add shadow to these layers, and just trying to kind of do like a rough estimate of where these little trinkets of hers will land. And yeah, just kind of a super rough shadow. And then kind of just sorry about that, smudge that out, which kind of softens the darkness of the shadow, and sometimes it might still be a bit much, so actually no, well, let me try using darken instead. Darken is a less harsh version of multiply, as it only darkens the area that is lighter than the initial color that you pick, and not everything. It doesn't add on to it, so yeah. I'm gonna darken this a little. And after that, I'm gonna blur it a bit and also kind of clean up a bit of that shadow. There we go. So I think that's what we have for now. I honestly am tempted to not use the belt, but hey, we'll use the belt. So now this is pretty much our final render-ish. Actually no, we have not finished that because her crown up here needs to be refined. So I'm gonna go up here and start refining it. So extending the corners that were cut off initially. There we go. Put back the shadow that was taken off, and at the same time I'm going to go ahead and re-add some of that highlight here, and trying to make it as shiny as I possibly can, pretty much. Oh yeah, I forgot about the top of the head. I'm just going to clean that up. Let's add a little bit of this. Kind of clean up the tips for the hair. And the side of the hair, I'm just adding highlights to the silhouette of the head, just to have a bit of that outline. And okay, Now back into the background layer, I want to kind of do her little halo. That's what I call it. It's just her little background shine. So we're going to paint it manually. We're gonna do a custom little background halo. So just shade this part. I know in her original design she's got like angel wings, so we will be trying to emulate that by having angel wings. I'm kind of inspired in the other version of Palutena that I did. I was inspired by the Diablo angel wings. It's very subtle, but I wanted to do like these energy wings halo. Oh my god, okay, this might not look the way I want it actually. Hold on. Just bring that down. And we're going to smudge this out. That, and then I'm going to sort of erase bits of this to make it look more like smoke. So after I do all that, I'm going and erasing bits of it. Like that. And then gonna go in with overlay, and I'm gonna go with a blue first. So we're gonna do a rainbow-ish effect. So going in with the blue, and then we're gonna go with really bright pink on the other side. Like that. Just pretty much make sure that it's obvious that there's two colors. So what this does is creates it will look sort of like I forgot how to say it. It's gonna look sort of like how light looks shining through. I'm not sure how to describe it, but yeah, you guys will know once I zoom out. As you can see, you can kind of see a bit of that. It is a little bit muddy, so what we could do is kind of go around, see which filter looks the best, or even putting it up, maybe. Even just kind of keeping it at the side, about at this side, and also, hold on, just kind of maybe extending this. Like that. I'm actually not sure if I will keep this. I might. Just trying to brighten up parts of this. Okay. Actually, I think it was better without it. Damn it. Maybe I can. Maybe I can like rotate it and like put it behind the wings. I'm not sure. That way it's a bit more subtle, I think. Okay, we'll do it that way. So yeah, this is what we have so far. Now we're gonna go ahead and start editing this piece so that it's starting to have that usually this is where I start making sure that everything has it has a mood. Oh, I start to make sure everything has a mood. Sorry, I just yawned. Alright guys, so first thing I'm gonna do is I'm going to start doing a little shadow and highlight type deal. So I'm just going to see if I can enhance the dark areas and also the light area. Starting off with the dark area, I'm going to, oh gosh, why is it, okay, going here, select black to bring forth color. So just kind of enhancing the darker area by sort of making sure the lighter area is popping out more, and at the same time gonna be putting a little bit of shadow in some of these areas, like underneath the cleavage maybe, and under the skirt maybe. I'm actually not sure if this will work out, but I'll try. So maybe something like that, but then of course we need to kind of make sure it's not super harsh. So I'm going in here on the mask layer and kind of softly integrate the shadow in by using the smudge tool here to blend it out. I'm just gonna go down with more shadow. And let's see where the shadow, let's make the shadow go this way. Oh, actually no, the lighting's here, so it's going that way. So it goes that way. And then of course, blur that in. Maybe have all of this in shadow. I'll have everything shadow and then have some of these areas highlighted. Like that area in here and here especially. And on their shoulder. So if you take a look, it's adding just a little bit more dimension, a bit more contrast, which gives more 3Dness. But then again, also kind of make things a little bit too dark, which then we need to bring back more like a cushion color or a bit of highlight inside the shadow type deal. So that's what we'll probably be doing. And I'm gonna make another layer, another brightness contrast layer, and then we're gonna do the opposite this time. It's gonna be super bright. And color that all, oh actually we haven't not blended this in yet. Also I would like to remove a bit of this. Okay, now we can do it. So now we're gonna go into the highlight layer and then we're gonna add highlight. So in this case, we're gonna go with the white color to bring back whatever's under this layer. Actually, no, we are going to apply the highlight using the color white, which pretty much allows whatever the layer mode, whatever effect it is, to appear. So that is the light effect. So as you can see, it's making everything, the parts that I paint white, appear more bright. So that's what that is, and I'm gonna go in more or less pretty careful to kind of, actually going in with an airbrush to kind of bring forth the highlight. And then that wing, whoa, it's so bright. I'm not sure if I will go with that, but dang, that's bright. And let's go in here and kind of make these little pockets bright, so that it feels like the wings are bright and it's sort of like glowing in a way. Let's just do that. And do it here too. And of course we can go ahead and sort of highlight some of these areas where they're supposed to be shadow on top. So by adding a fairly strong highlight, that helps emphasize it. Oh my gosh, that is bright. Okay, let's remove some of that. I'm going to add a bit of highlight, especially on these areas. And here. And a little bit under. And a lot here. Just kind of play on that. Just gonna add a, whoops, maybe that's a bit too harsh. Let me go in with the airbrush and just add that, especially around the legs and also in between the thighs and the legs, actually. This bit I'm going to kind of change a bit of that shadow over on this layer. I'm gonna go back here to bring up the highlight. So for the wand, I'm going to be bringing a bit of this highlight back, and going to put a bit of this. There we go. And I'm going to also bring some of the highlight on here. Like that. Let's zoom out here real fast, have a look. So this is before, after. So it does intensify quite a bit. Let's see if I can intensify it a little bit on the side just to contour the leg. I can, however, I need to clean this up, so I'm going back with the eraser. Just kind of clean that up a bit so it's not as messy. Okay, so that's what we have, and I'm going to reduce the intensity of it. And now I'm going to go into color lookup, go into film stock, which is like super intense. I'm gonna reduce that. Going to brightness, going to go into this, and I'm going to go to blend and sort of do a bit of this. So this is an option you can bring up by going to blending option. Once you have that, sometimes I like to play with these little options, and you can kind of adjust them by pressing Alt to kind of, if you don't press Alt, then you will move the whole thing. If you press Alt, you can separate one of them, and you can kind of just customize a little bit, see what you can get. Sometimes you can get some really interesting effects. So you can do a bit of this. So that's what we have. It's like a little bit more grayish if you do that. Put it down there, and after I'm gonna make another layer, lighten, and I'm going to put a bit of this atmospheric fog over the character, a bit over, especially on the hair and whatnot, and maybe even on the, ooh, that looks good, even on the skirt. It just kind of brightens up your piece, sort of like that. But then again, I usually overdo it, so what I end up doing is reducing it quite a bit. But before that, so this is what I have. I'm gonna reduce that. So yeah, to something like this. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed that. I think I'm gonna end it here before I pass out. Oof. But as you guys can see, there is quite a bit of steps usually when I, oh my god, when I do a piece. Yeah, it's probably like 5 times this. So over the course of many hours, I would fuss over one little thing, and then I'll do a lot of changes for the shadow, everything like that, and then I'll do a final edit layer where I apply the atmosphere. Well, I edit the piece together so that the background and the character kind of blends a bit better together. So yeah, this is what I have. I hope you guys enjoyed that voiceover, and that you guys, it was helpful in some way. A lot of this I feel is a bit more advanced, so this is definitely for more advanced artists. However, as you can see, you can definitely start learning just by experimenting yourself and just putting it to the practice. So yeah. Anyways, I will see you guys in the next voiceover tutorial. Have a great day, guys. Hey guys, so I ended it earlier. However, I thought I'd come back because this is another day and I just woke up. I thought I'd come back and I would be kind of doing a little chit chat with you guys while I finalize this piece a bit more, because yeah, I think this piece needs a bit more work. So, and plus I already started to put a little bit more details, especially around the face and hair. So yeah, I thought I just kind of just do a bit more refining with you guys. but a bit more chill this time. And yeah, let's get started. So right now I feel like the chest could use some work, and also perhaps the face as well. So what I'm gonna start doing is I'm gonna use darken to kind of darken certain areas, like especially the skin, for now at least. See how that looks. And I'm gonna create another layer. It's gonna be a normal layer, and I want to see how it would look if I just kind of add some bright colors in those areas that I just darkened. So also the face. Let's bring this down. And here a little too. And then I'm gonna try to create a super light layer. Going to color the mask black to hide it, and then I'm gonna use the color white to bring that effect back. So that I can kind of play around just a bit with the shadow. Actually, I'm not even sure if this would do any good, but I would just kind of, usually in a lot of my pieces, I would just kind of do this over and over until I feel like it's going in the right direction. And a lot of this I don't really record because it's really repetitive, and I don't feel super good recording all that. But now you guys can see what I really kind of go through. I mean, what I do to my pieces when I'm not recording. Just a lot of sort of this back and forth, readjusting shadow and whatnot. So it's a lot of that. And also on top of that, I also kind of do a little in between. If I like an older version, I'll just copy the old version, paste it onto the new version, and then make the new version like 50% opacity. So it's kind of like a little blend of the two together. So yeah, that's pretty much that's how it is for me. Maybe I can make this a little brighter. This is before, after. Okay, it's not. This is 100%. Let's keep it here, and I'm gonna add a little bit of elements over here because it feels a little empty to me. So I'm gonna go ahead and do some little feathers elements. Make sure the opacity is 100%. And over here, just gonna do some little additional small details like feather. Just doing the quick silhouette real fast. Can put maybe a little bit in front of the hair just for that, just to have some overlap. And I'm gonna go ahead and do a bit of that. Around these areas too, and maybe one down here. And I'm gonna be shading these very fast by locking down the layer and just kind of shading that. Like that. And add a little bit of shade there, there, there. Okay. So this is part of a bit of a little effect that I'm gonna add. Gonna call this effect an edit. So these are the little overlapping elements that I would like to have. I'm gonna clean a bit of this up, and now I'm going to attempt to do a little bit of that the lighting, the goddess effect that I did on the other pinup, which I have achieved through this. So I'm gonna pick a light color and just kind of going like this to emulate rays of light coming from her. To be honest, I'm not sure if this would work because it might be just a little bit too much, but we'll try. Even extending it down here like that, extend that down. Okay, and then after I do this, I go into overlay, and same thing, I go in with a green, and I contour one side with green. Like that. And then I contour the other side with red. This gives the effect of that rainbow-ish lighting that you see in real life or in photography or cinematic. But this is a little harsh. What we're going to do after is to make it more subtle. But for now, this is kind of like the base for it. So if you zoom out, you can kind of see where I'm going with this. And we can try a few. I think this is the best. Overlay is probably the best option. I'm going to just kind of fix some of these. And let's see what else we could do. I'm also probably gonna contour the wings to see if I can sort of make it look like it's somewhat glowing, and also perhaps the hair too, and the lace, the crown lace, and maybe actually the highlight too. So this might be a little tougher to come across. Actually, I should probably do this separately. So I'm gonna pick I'm gonna isolate part of this just one area where I'm going to do like the rainbow-like effect. See if that would work. Copy paste, and I'm gonna make sure it's what? Hold on. Copy, merge, paste. Make it really intense this might be a little too intense. Let's see if we should kind of. I don't think it will work that way, but the hair sure looks pretty nice with this added intensity, so I will be keeping that. I'm going to go ahead and maybe even reduce the color for this, or sorry, not reduce, shade this wing, add a little bit of skin tone to maybe kind of frame to not take away from the highlight of what's going on here. And maybe I will add a little shadow. Like that. Zoom out real fast, have a look. It's okay. This is before and after. I'm just kind of looking back and forth. Usually it helps somewhat. God, I have a lot going on. Let me just merge everything down. I don't want to have too much layer to work with. I'm going to kind of darken this up. Or actually, should I lighten it up? Let me try. I'm going to lighten this area and see how that looks. Actually, maybe I should have a little bit of that glow this way, especially around the wings. So something like that. Before, after. And for the little feathers, I'm going to go ahead and motion blur that a little bit. So motion blur it this way, or actually that, yes, that way. Gives a little action going. And I'm also going to duplicate the shiny effect and maybe put it on, actually keep it the same layer format, and then I'm going to blur that so it's like a glow, maybe. I'm just looking back and forth. Now what I will do is gonna do a little bit more shadow in certain parts of this piece, and let me see how that looks. So I'm going to select these bits that I want to make darker to emphasize on shadow. So I made it darker, and I'm just seeing how that would work. Okay, this is before, after. I'm gonna go in here and start putting a bit of blue in there. So I want to see how that would look. Put a bit of blue up here too. I put the blue to kind of break up the warm tone of the drape. So sometimes that might give like a more balanced effect. Let me just erase bits of it. Sometimes I like to take away and then add it back in. And now what I will do is to kind of bring back the brightness of the hair, since the skin underneath it is quite dark. So I want to see if this would work if we kind of made the hair a bit brighter. I think I'm still gonna remove a bit of this, lower that. It's not bad. I'm also going to soften the shadow here, and also I will be softening the shadow on the neck there too, and then gonna add a bit more warm tone on that skin and the hand too. And I want to go down here and sort of remove this right here for now, and also this here, maybe here too. Before, after, so I'm always toggling before and after to kind of make sure that nothing is too weird. And okay, let's make it super bright and see what I could do with it. I'm gonna go take the black to reduce. So what if we are making the lighting a bit more concentrated down below, like as if the drape is like the color and it's like bleeding into the background. Wonder if we could do that. Let me see if I can make that impression a bit more obvious. So going down with, starting off with a darker filter, and with the wings, so before, after. Okay, this definitely does add a bit of it. It looks a little bit more interesting. I'm gonna take the top of the head and hold on, and I'm going to bring back a bit of highlight so that it's not super dark, not in the shadow. And of course we have the other highlight of the hair that's making it quite bright. So there's multiple light sources here. Gonna see how it would look if I added a bit more lighting on top here. So kind of like a sharp cut of shadow right here and light over here, just to see how that looks. And also making the environment fairly in shadow except for the drape. Maybe that's an idea. Let's see if that would work. It's not bad, but don't think it works that well. I'm gonna focus a bit more on this portion of the hair and see what I could do to kind of brighten it up. I'm just going to start rendering a bit of the hair, especially on towards the bottom edge of the hair strands, much brighter, to kind of make it feel like the lighting's coming from below. Maybe this would look better if it was darker. Actually, let me try this. If it was a lot darker, and also the face was like a lot darker too. Maybe just a little bit darker. And then we could have another source of lighting from below. But first, let me see if that would work. So I just copy pasted a section of the face. I'm gonna make it nice and bright to accommodate the new idea that lighting's coming from below, and I'm going to be erasing bits of this. Okay, it's actually not too bad. This area kind of throws it off, so I have to make sure it's sort of in shadow, I feel. I'm just sort of being pretty subtle about this. Add a little here and maybe a little underneath the brace. Zoom out real fast. And actually gonna see if I should reconsider the shading for the chest area. So I'm gonna put more shadow on the shadow on the top and highlight on the bottom here. And I'm going to, after I do a rough estimate of it, I'm gonna blur that. Sorry, not blur, smudge that, / blend. And then I'm going to kind of erase bits of it to bring back just a little bit of highlight in these areas. But the shadow should be more or less changed like that. So now you can kind of see that the lighting just slightly, I modified it slightly to fit with whatever I decide to go with. Just kind of changing the lighting just a little bit. Let me kind of darken the forehead as well. Actually, no, we have to have that right there, but still visible. Sometimes you have to really look if it works. Sometimes it doesn't work. I can't really explain why it doesn't work. All I know is I'm a very visual person, and a lot of times I go by guts, and my gut was saying it doesn't look good, so I changed it. But a lot of times you can really train your eye to tell this sort of thing, like I'm doing, just by practicing quite a bit and observing also from a lot of reference pictures, and like your surroundings also help quite a bit. Although a lot of times my lighting does not make sense, I do still sort of know roughly what is realistic and what is not, and I just combine a bit of that realism to my style each time when I color and shade. So this is what we have. This is like a new lighting. Just gonna go ahead and also shade up the dress, and I'm also gonna keep going with the hair strand over here. And I'm just gonna bring up that shadow real fast. Like this, and see, should I make this darker? I'm trying to see if that will look better if I made the skin darker over there, and then maybe add a very small amount of the hair. It's getting a little messy. It's getting a little painterly. I'm trying to see if it looks better if I kind of just colored it, made it darker instead of lighter there, and sort of seeing how it would look if I kind of change the lighting for this. I'm going to use the airbrush right now to kind of redo some of these areas. And of course keeping a lot of these areas dark. And then I'm gonna go into these little area, the nooks and crannies, which is the back, and I want to see how it will look if it was brighter in the back. And erase bits of it to add some of that highlight back, maybe. Let's zoom out, have a look. Okay, I mean, it's a little messy, but you kind of, I feel like the point is there, the general idea. I'm gonna, no, that's too sharp. That's too sharp of a change. Let's kind of contour this. I'm going to flip the image just to see how that looks. Oh, actually, I think that works not too bad. I feel like this breast needs to be slightly bigger because this one is a lot bigger, so this one needs to be just a bit bigger. Copy, merge. Just gonna make it a little rounder, bigger, so that both of them feel equal in size. And I'm gonna clean a bit of that up, and then on top of that I'm gonna make another layer underneath and apply a little shadow, because I want this to be very needs to well I want this to feel a bit more heavy, so add that shadow down there makes it feel like it's really casting that shadow underneath the skirt. Anyways, yeah. Alright, so this is what we have. I'm going to actually erase bits of the shadow so that we can still have the nice silhouette that's shown through the clothing. And then I'm gonna merge that down, and then I'm going to repaint over the cloth. So yep, that's what we have. Going to really clean up the shadow shading here, and also underneath this arm gonna add just a little bit of highlight, maybe actually used a little bit of that gold shade there to also add. Okay, so this is what we have so far. What else could I do? Actually, I feel like this is going in the right direction. Let me select that real fast. And I'm just gonna shade this down. And just going to fix a bit of this as well. Make it nice and make it softer looking. I'm going to select that and clean this. Actually, it's looking a little messy. Hold up. Let's go back to the beginning. So this is what we had. I need to clean this up a bit better. Let's leave it there. Okay, that one, this side needs to be just a little bit lighter to have that lighting effect. And I'm gonna include just a little bit of highlight underneath the neck, and maybe even in parts of the skin here. Let's blend that down. Okay. So this is before, after. So these are all little adjustments. So this is, okay. This is with the edit and effect, this is without. I think what I'll do is bring back the leg a bit, the leg shadow. So I'm gonna be removing that. So that's what we have, and I'm going to be taking the staff here, I'm gonna use the lasso tool, and I'm just gonna roughly kind of select it, and I'm going to add like a bit of lighting coming from below just to emphasize on that idea of lighting coming from below, or lighting emanating from the glowy cloth. Even though the staff is like super rough and not rendered at all, at least we can give the idea. There we go. And give a little bit of lighting as well down on the arm, and I feel like using this bright color to just sculpt out some of these details, such as the arm brace. Doesn't really make too much sense, but hey, it does look better. Now going back to the thigh and sort of making it a bit more intense by contrasting the idea with a shadow, a bit of a darker color, to really make the point of lighting coming from below. Same for this side. Just going to very subtly notice how I'm at 50%. That's what I do usually when I'm going in to just give a rough idea, paint a rough idea of where everything is, and then after I zoom in to really refine it. And I'm also switching between solid round brush and airbrush, like sometimes even in between, to get the right type of blending. But yeah, so this is what we have. So this is obviously it's a little confusing. There's a lot of light source going on here. Okay, so this wing is clearly glowing, so that means there needs to be somewhat of a bit of light source coming from that wing, so we have to imagine where that lighting will be hitting. Including the hair. Gonna have to make sure that the lighting is definitely there, at least for this side. Before, after, okay. And just gonna make it a bit more rendered on the tip here for this batch of hair. Maybe even some of these little strands. This is also how I handled the other Palutena piece, just kind of a lot of changes and a lot of changes, a lot of lighting changes and whatnot, and then I will go back in to kind of fully render it out by zooming in. One sec, guys. Let's zoom out. I'm not actually sure if I got most of that lighting down. Actually, maybe it could use a bit on the side here and also there, and also around the arm. But I have to see if that actually works out well. And a little bit on that side. Kind of do this because of the staff here, so we can say that it's kind of blocking a bit of lighting from the arm. Just trying to find opportunities to give interesting highlight and whatnot. Okay, I'm gonna add a bit of warm tone here too. I'm gonna drag it to a warmer shadow. Same for here. Okay, now zoom out. So that's what we have. This is without the the lighting. Actually, you know what? This looks not too bad. What if we put this on top? Okay, now this is getting quite intense. Let me like lower that effect. So this is a paint over, and with a mere paint over, I think it does quite a bit. I'm gonna go and make this background a bit more colorful, a bit brighter, like that. With the highlights before, after. Let me rotate this back and see how that looks. Before, after, before, after. Okay. It's a little more subtle after. Okay. I feel like this is a bit more intense. And on top of that, we can... Whoa, that is intense. Damn, that is a lot of highlight. Okay, maybe that's too much. Okay, how about if we do let's do level. This is like another sort of brightness contrast adjusting tool, except you have a bit more control over it. So that is bright, man. And let's see. So this is just a lot of playing around with stuff, of course. Let's see how it would look if I applied a bit of brighten to some of these areas, such as the background. That might be a little bit too purple, so maybe that might be a bit too much. Let's lower the opacity here. Okay, so this is what we have. I'm going to include a little bit of that. Actually, no. Maybe just these bits, the white highlight bits. And Also behind the wings, I'm going to add more lighting on the wings, especially because that's what's making the character glow in a way. So we gotta have that. Okay, so after this, let me remove a bit of here. I wonder how the background would look if it was a lot brighter. So I'm gonna go ahead and see how that looks. Okay, this is when it's darker, this is brighter, so you can kind of see what different types of background color could do. Actually, you know what, I feel like if the background was more darker, it definitely adds more contrast and it does make the character stand out a lot more. So I feel like this is what I probably would pick for my idea, at least. Let me actually take out whatever I had on the wings. And I feel like I need like a color for this. Sorry, an effect for this. Let me try to see if I can find some sort of photo texture sun rays. Let me Google that and see what I get. Nope, that's not it. Okay, I feel like I need to manually do this again. Usually I prefer to use a photo, but okay, so manually doing some rays of sun coming from her wings especially. Okay, but need to make sure that it's clean and in the proper direction. And then what I will do is kind of erasing bits of it. That way it's not super, you can kind of see the little paint strokes. So now it's a bit more smooth. And then what I do is duplicate this. I'm gonna put this behind the duplicated layer, bring it down. I'm going to first color that layer red. Hold up, is it working? No, wait, there we go. First red, and then I'm gonna make another layer, put it on the bottom. Again, move it a bit to the left and then color it green. So that gives the effect, that light effect. And of course, you can kind of play around with the layer format to see what works best. You can put it in that format or this format, depending on what you want to achieve, of course. So maybe this format would be okay. And then what we can do is duplicate this, resize it, and then you can kind of add like additional little rays of sun rays. But you have to be careful because you gotta make sure the direction it's in is where you want. So okay, it's not working out too well for me. Maybe we can like bring it down a bit and so now I'm just kind of sort of editing it in a way that it would sort of make sense-ish. Okay, let's go with that. You guys know what? I think gonna remove the feather. It's a little bit distracting. Okay, now I'm gonna go ahead and look for a lens flare photo to put as the effect. Lens flare is commonly used in, well, in a lot of sci-fi stuff. You know, back when I was working in BioWare, they had this, I guess you would call it meme now, but they always say, oh yeah, let's just pop like 10 lens flare in to make it look epic. 10 lens flare in the background to make it look epic, because that's just how extra lens flare was. It was pretty funny. So yeah, I'm just going to sort of look for a good looking lens flare. I googled lens flare and I'm just scrolling through all of them to have a look, see. So let's see now. There's a couple. I'm going to try a few. So let's try this one first. So it looks like this. I'm gonna put it on lighten. Actually, screen is better. So I put it on screen, and as you can see, this is how that looks. And you can sort of try it out. It does have this nice kind of rainbow-ish effect, which actually looks really cool. Let's see if I can just put it underneath here, especially on the leg. It looks really cool. And I can, wow, that looks really interesting. Holy crap. I like the rainbow effect. Maybe I can have just on the contour of the leg. And just going to erase the rest. I pretty much just wanted it on the leg because it looks so interesting. So this would not be a good lens flare for the whole image, but it does give a really interesting effect. And a lot of times you would find like these sort of effect layers that might not look good or might look good, and you might be able to discover something pretty new and you can use it in your pieces, and it could be like a signature style that way. So a lot of times you can discover quite a bit. I'm going to be gonna look for a new lens flare for this now. Okay, I found this one. See what effect this does. Maybe it could be sort of around her, like in the back. So something like that instead. But it's the color, maybe we can change that. So I'm just gonna change that. I think it needs to be less saturated. Maybe just a little saturated. I'm not so sure about that actually. Let's undo. Undoing and put it somewhere else. See where else we could make it work. Ooh, that's kind of cool, like the ground is glowing. I like that. That's a cool idea. Let's see if we can make it work. I'm just going to move that. So this would make it look like the ground is glowing. I'm gonna remove a bit of this. This is before, after. Before, after. And damn, that's a lot of layers. Now you guys see the true extent of how messy my work is. Okay, I think, you know what, guys? Damn, this is... okay. I was hoping for a more subtle look, but let me just have all of this in one layer so I can do this toggle on and off. I'm going to bring back a bit of these legs just so I can have them a bit more present, because the effects was kind of erasing them out. It was blending too much into the background, so I brought back some of that original pixel, original color. Before, after, before, after, before, after. Okay. I'm gonna take this layer out. No, wait, why is it not? Take that layer out, and then I'm going to lower this to 66%. And I'm going to erase bits of this. And I'm gonna see how this would look if I kind of increase the contrast maybe to make it slightly darker. And once I did that, I have to go back here to blend it out. There we go. Okay, so this is what we have. But yeah, I think, well, I'll be ending it here, or maybe I'll do a bit more detail after. But yeah, this is just a bit of process insight for you guys on how you can discover new techniques and to know how messy my workstation really is. It's just a lot of layers and experimenting and trying to figure out what might look interesting. So yeah, I hope you guys learned a little. Second time saying this, but yeah, I hope you guys at least picked up something useful for yourself. But anyways, I will see you guys in the next voiceover tutorial, this time for real, and have a great day, guys.